My list of injuries includes a concussion, a couple high ankle sprains, and then Velcro cuts and bruises. I'm Bento Boxer and I skate with Rat City Roller Girls. I moved to Seattle about 2 years ago for an AmeriCorps position, and partway through my term I aged out of being on my parents' insurance. So it was my first time looking for my own insurance. Don't know a ton about healthcare, so the Health Plan Finder made it really easy for me to fill out an application and just see what I qualified for. Really easy to use. When I actually had to use the insurance, I had a concussion about a year ago, so I had to use my insurance for that. People may come to Derby expecting fishnets and fake fights, but we're actually really serious athletes and take the sport really seriously. Having health insurance makes me a lot less terrified every time I take the track.
everyone, to tonight's doubleheader Rat City and Juniors bout. They're all lined up as if they're not going to do skate out intros. How weird. I don't know what their deal is, but they are super eager. I'm Scott Chicken.
I'm the Norwegian Persuasion.
Tonight's battle of good and evil will start off with the Sidekicks in purple versus the Minions in yellow. Sidekicks, I guess, are ready for an introduction, so take it away.
All right, skating out Team Purple. We got number 3, that's Lexi. Skater number 5, E-Like. Number 8 is Slay Delicious. Number 10, Wheels of Mass Destruction. 18 is Bradio Flyer. Number 20, Bella de Brawl. Number 22, Rainbow Crash. Skater number 29, Anita Getcha. Skater 03, Aqua Knock You Out. Number 60, Assaulting Caramel. 111 is Lioness. Skater number 117, Gabs. 206, H. Kuhar. Number 253, Just Daisy. Skater number 309, Strange Bird. Skater number 700, Toe Jammer. Rolling out at number 722, that's Taj Mahal. And number 789 is 7 Skate 9. Ladies and gentlemen, those are your sidekicks. Make some noise.
And their opponents in yellow, as only a good minion would be. Let's hear it for the Minions. Number 000, Moose. Number 5, Lollipopper. Number 14 is Makilia. 15, Threatening Thunder. Number 18 is Thompson. Number 21, Queen of Harm. Number 23, Afro Jamurai. Number 29, The Iron Rabbit. Number 66, Unholy Rampage. Number 80, Mad Taco. Number 180, Rival E. Number 333, Alexis of Evil. Number 363, N. Larson. Number 411, Fist Fight. 471 is Frida Klubber. Number 667, Violet Van Helsing. Number 911, Annihilate Her. And number 1000 is Deathina. They are the Minions. And not one of them is wearing blue overalls, and I'm very happy about that.
Where are the goggles? That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor. I'd like to give a huge shout out to the Washington Health Benefit Exchange for sponsoring our penalty box for this bout. Don't be caught without insurance. Contact Wabi to get insured today. Without further ado, we're going to get the action started on the flat track. We got number 03, Aqua Knock You Out, stepping up to the line for the Sidekicks.
And that's number 15, Threatening Thunder for the Minions. The Lightning Fist of Science, as always, decked out. I know we have some evil scientists. I'm not sure if there are any good scientists. Perhaps the one in the cape.
Gotta look for the patch. Look for the eye patch.
The eye patch carefully protecting Reed DeRule's throat right now.
Whistles blowing, action starts, jumping to the inside. Aqua Knock You Out, looking for that window of opportunity, but squeaking by. That's going to be Threatening Thunder, picking up that lead, Jammernaut.
Thunder distracting all of the blockers with the shiny sparkles on the skirt.
Popping through, putting her hands on her hips, picking up 1 point, calling off the jam.
3 for the Minions, 1 for the Sidekicks. Aqua sneaks in, grabs the point.
Off to a quick 2-point lead. Minions come out and draw first blood. Just like that, we got a couple more jammers on the line. We're going to have number 20, Bella to Brawl, on the line for the sidekicks.
And that is McKillia jamming for the Minions.
Bella to Brawl on the inside, getting locked up on a 2-wall defense as McKillia, as Bella to Brawl pushes her way through to pick up that lead jammer nod.
Thompson attempting the late hit out, but not quite able to close the inside line.
Pushing on the outside, putting her hands through her hips, calling off the jam. No points scored on that one.
You want to train smart, work hard, and get strong like the Rat City All-Stars? Check out Get Strong First, located right here at the Rat's Nest. Learn more at www.getstrongfirst.com.
Hey, we got number 700 stepping up to the line. That's Toe Jammer.
And Rival E jamming for the Minions.
Rival E pushing out quickly, picking up that lead jammer status for the Minions. Toe Jammer getting locked up tight behind that yellow Minion defense. Looking for a window of opportunity. She gets knocked to the infield.
Rival E bumped out, recycles back, but does roll through, collecting all 5 points.
That's a big 5 in the sky. All natural grand slam. No additives, no preservatives. All the skaters were on the track on that one. Ooh, getting knocked to the ground just before turn number 3. Rival E back on her feet, but Toe Jammer did work her way out on her initial pass.
And Rival E calls off the jam. 5 points on the second pass, 10 total for the jam, and 14 overall.
Minions running away with it in the first couple jams. Jam 3, we got 14-1, 13-point difference. A lot of game left. Right now we got just Daisy on the line for the sidekicks.
And that is the Iron Rabbit jamming for the Minions.
Iron Rabbit shooting to the inside, getting sucked right up into that pack. Daisy getting knocked to the infield, having to recycle back behind Lollipopper. Quick on her feet, she gets back on the track, but pushed to the inside as
Iron Rabbit heads to the penalty box. Power jam, just Daisy and the sidekicks. You knew it was just a matter of time before the Minions started committing crimes.
That's a big shoulder right there to Violet Van Helsing, giving just Daisy the opportunity to push out, pick up that lead jammer nod. Looking to get some points and knock off this deficit. 13 points separating these two teams right now. Approaching the pack, spin to win, getting sucked up into that 3-wall diamond defense up front. Looking for a win on the inside. She gets knocked to the infield.
Deathina with a late hip check to bump just Daisy to the middle. Iron Rabbit back in and finally clears on her initial pass. Just Daisy bumped out of bounds, recycling back and regrouping.
Just Daisy looking for that window of opportunity. Lollipopper, last line of defense with a big shoulder, sending her to the infield.
Iron Rabbit bumped in as well.
Iron Rabbit behind this strong 4-wall defense down here on the south end of the track, which is the north end.
I was going to say, isn't this the north end of the track there?
Just before turn 4, Daisy trying to work her way through that 4-wall. Violet Van Helsing doing a great job of holding her back. She takes a tumble on the jammer line, looking to get through and pick up some points.
And Star now in the hand of Lollipopper. As time runs out on the jam, 5 points up for the sidekicks. Looks like 3 for the Minions.
Gotcha. I saw you give her lead, but no lead.
chomping away at that deficit a little bit. We got 17-16. That's 11-point difference. We got Aqua Knock You Out on the line for the Sidekicks.
And Threatening Thunder. Again for the Minions, rematch of Jam number 1.
Aqua with great track awareness, realizing that her toes are on the line on the infield, pushes her way through as number 15, Threatening Thunder, finds that window on the outside to pick up that lead jammer nod.
Aqua Knock You Out. Nice little pirouette move, but allows the Minions to cycle back to the front.
That Minion defense doing an amazing job of holding her back as Threatening Thunder pushes through to pick up 4 big points.
Slay Delicious rolling to the front, trying to slow down Threatening Thunder, not quite able to complete as Aqua Knock You Out clears the pack on her initial pass.
Beautiful pass on the outside by Threatening Thunder. She rounds turn 2, picks up 4 more points, calls off the jam before the Sidekicks are able to put any points on the board.
You want to give the gift of Derby? Sign yourself or a loved one up for our new Pinkies program. Starting now, you could launch your Derby journey with Rat City. Contact Fresh Meat at RatCityRollerGirls.com for more information.
All right, stepping up the line, we got number 2-0 for the Sidekicks. That's going to be Bella DeBrawl. She's...
And that's number 14, Makilia, jamming for the Minions.
And it looks like Makilia is going to be picking up that lead jammer status. She pushes her way through, but hop, skip, and a jump, and landed on the infield. We got 5 in the sky for the Sidekicks, Bella DeBrawl. And it's a power jam, ladies and gentlemen. Makilia is going to spend a little time in the box, giving Bella DeBrawl the opportunity to chomp away at this deficit. And just like that, another 5-point pass.
That takes the Sidekicks to 16, trailing by 10. As Bella DeBrawl takes the hip shot from Alexis of Evil.
That 3-ball diamond defense doing what it does, holding back Bella DeBrawl. She's fighting her way through as she tries to get around turn 4.
And Makilia out of the penalty box, rolls past Wheels of Mass Destruction and clears the pack with 4 points.
It was a hard-fought pass, but Bella DeBrawl is through for 5 in the sky.
Makilia attempts to engage, doesn't quite knock Bella DeBrawl out. Now both jammers pushing against their respective defenses. 15-4 so far on the jam. It's time taking down 21-30. Sidekicks trailing and a cut track for Makilia.
Is a point because now it's a box point.
And a 5-point power jam pass for Bella DeBrawl. Time runs down on the jam. 3 points up for Makilia before she went to the penalty box. So a 20-7 run by the Sidekicks. And that gives us a 7-point lead.
All right, stepping up the line once again, number 700. That's Toe Jammer. He's going to have a power start as we've got number 14 fielded in the penalty box.
Toe Jammer trying to get around Afro Jammer, not able to do so.
Shoulders flying as she tries to fight her way through this pack. That's Moose up there holding her back on turn number 3. Little help from Afro Jammer trying to knock her to the outside. She gets her hips past, but just as she does, she gets knocked to the infield. Recycles back.
Unholy Rampage with the quick hip check as Makilia out of the penalty box and through the pack. Toe Jammer calls off the jam 0-0 run.
All right, it looks like we're going to start this out with a slight pack advantage in favor of the Minions. We had Aqua knock you out on the line for the sidekicks.
And she is squaring off with Rival E for the Minions.
It looks like Strange Bird's going to start this one out in the penalty box. So it's 5-on-4 on the flat track out there. Aqua knock you out, looking for a win on the inside, and just like that, picks up that lead jammer status.
Aqua quickly driving in, hits the seam perfectly. Lollipopper tries to roll to the front. Not able to catch her, but fist fight there as Aqua finally through with 4 points.
Fist fight made her earn those 4 points, not giving up to the last second, letting her get through. Rival E going to the outside.
And Rival E dances up the outside line to clear the pack with 4 points.
Aqua trying to break up this wall, pirouettes her way through that defense, but they're reforming quickly to the front, puts her hands on her hips and calls off the jam after picking up 3 big points for the sidekicks.
33-37, sidekicks narrowing it down.
Only 4 points separating these two teams right now. It's been an action-packed game. We're only in the 8th jam. We got Bella to Brawl on the line for the sidekicks.
And Threatening Thunder jamming for the Minions.
Hey, if you're hungry, don't forget to check out the snack bar. Find it in the corner by the chalkboard.
Snacks.
Snacks, that sounds good. Hey, break it out on front. That's going to be Threatening Thunder once again picking up that lead.
Threatening Thunder 3 for 3 lead jammers this game as Bella DeBrawl almost clear, but Nona Larson there with the hip check to knock her out of bounds.
And fighting her way through quickly, making short change out of that pack. She picks up 5 big points.
Bella DeBrawl still on the initial pass as Threatening Thunder looking for a gap with a little assist from Afro Jammer. I finds one, hops through, 5 more points, 10 total on the jam.
Bella DeBrawl back in, taking the shoulders, getting knocked to the outside by Larson. Quick to get back in, but number 15 calls it off.
And right at the end, Nona Larson picking up the clockwise block penalty, so she will start in the penalty box, leaving the Minions 1 short. Advanced Manual Therapy and Sports Rehabilitation, staffed with an advanced team of sports, orthopedic, and manual therapy specialists who offer leading-edge skills and assessment, treatment, and individualized planning for return to competition or daily activities.
Harm? 24 on the line for sidekicks. She'll have to come back around. I'll take a look at the back of her shirt to see what her name is.
That would require you to be able to see through the hair.
I'm going to call her Crash, but she got the lead jammer nod.
Iron Rabbit jamming for the Minions, also clear.
Oh, that's Anita Getcha?
No, it's not anything.
No, Rainbow Crash?
Yeah.
Yeah, Rainbow Crash. That's Rainbow Crash.
And Rainbow Crash almost clear. Bumped out of bounds, calls off the jam. Yeah, we got to. Makilia jamming for the Minions.
And that's Aqua knock you out on the line for the sidekicks.
Minions 1 skater advantage in the pack.
Here, I'll grab.
And Makilia pushing towards the front. Aqua knock you out. Dumped to the ground in the back end. Tripped up again.
That is a strong 4-wall back there that she's pushing on. Makilia up front, trying to fight through that defense. 3-wall deep, spreading it out.
And McKillia finally tiptoes around the inside, technically. Lead jammer minions. Minions defense able to slow Aquanaku out just enough that they can roll to the front. As McKillia getting trapped by her own defense.
Their defense is so good, they're holding everybody back.
That they are. And McKillia passes off the star to Fist Fight. So lead jammer now off the table and a full 2-minute jam. Has Aquanaku out taken down by the assisted shove.
Getting knocked to the outside down on turn number 1. Recycling back behind that pack. 4 walls strong up front. Holding Aquanaku out to the outside on turn 2. Fist Fight breaking her way through. Picking up the points. That's 4 on the board for the Minions. Aqua getting knocked to the infield. 2 skaters left to get by. Spin to win. Breaks on through.
But the momentum carries her back out. Too much spinning. Has to roll back behind.
Fist Fight rounding the track one more time, picking up 5 more points.
Fist Fight bump to the infield that time. And jam comes to a close. 2 more for the Minions. And timeout called by the Minions.
Hey, during that timeout, I'd like to give another shout out to Washington Health Benefit Exchange. Washington Health Benefit Exchange is super important as far as the Affordable Care Act for helping to provide health insurance to individuals and families. This even allows some of us to skate. So thanks, Wabi.
And I would like to ask, do you have a sinking feeling on your one-sided mattress isn't giving you enough support? Well, Bedrooms and More can help. Every mattress they sell is 2-sided and flippable. Made from quality materials, they last longer and provide better support over time than their can't-flip counterparts. Bedrooms and More, located in Wallingford on the corner of 45th and Latona. Come to their free mattress buying class every Saturday morning at 9:30 a.m. Coffee and fruit provided.
You know, if you're watching this bout and want to know how to play Derby, Rat City offers a program called Pinkies. It's designed to teach you how to skate and get you Derby ready so you can try out for our home team. Check our social media feeds or email freshmeat at Rat City Roller Girls for more information.
That is Rivalry set to jam for the Minions. And Just Daisy for the Sidekicks.
And it's pretty even on the track right now. We got 2 blockers at the start of this jam in the penalty box. Daisy pushing her way through, quickly picking up that lead. Jammer nod for the Sidekicks.
Rivalry also forcing her way past Ellie Light to break out of the pack.
Big shoulder by Afro Jammerai, sending Daisy to the ground, having her call off the jam. She picks up 2 big points on that one before she puts her hands to her hips. No points going out to the Minions.
The pivot is 1-0.
And looks like Unholy Rampage picking up a penalty right at the end. She also tweaked her leg a bit, so that penalty will be sat by Deathina.
So that's 3-on-3 on that defensive line. We got Bella to Brawl out there for the Sidekicks.
And Threatening Thunder jamming for the Minions. Threatening Thunder through on the outside. Races ahead of 7 Skate 9 coming in for the in-to-out block. And lead jammer Threatening Thunder.
Threatening Thunder getting knocked to the infield. Big shoulder check right there, sends her flying. Recycles back behind that pack, trying to push her way through. She gets knocked to the outside, comes in a little too early. That means we're going the full 2 minutes because she got a cut track penalty.
Yes, she did. 7 Skate 9 with the hip knockout earlier and then the run back that time to catch the cut.
Bella to brawl right now, trying to fight her way through Larson. Larson doing a great job of holding her back right now.
And fist fight picking up a penalty as Star has been handed off to Wheels of Mass Destruction. As Threatening Thunder out of the penalty box and back engaged with the purple pack at the back.
I like the sound of that. Purple pack at the back. That's good stuff.
Both jammers through 5 points up for the sidekicks, 4 for the minions. As the jam ticking down. Thunder backing Wheels up.
Wheels of Mass Destruction getting knocked to the outside down on turn 3, but she's quick to get back in. Picking up 3 big points. 3 points all around on that last pass. That's 8 to the sidekicks, 7 to the minions.
So with 9.5 minutes to go in the first half, minions 76, sidekicks 54.
We got Gabs on the line, I believe for the first time this game.
That is her first jam.
Sidekicks.
That is true. McKillia jamming for the minions.
Gabs shooting for the inside, going to the out. McKillia finding that window on the inside, breaking through to pick up that lead jammer status.
Gabs also clear as McKillia rolls up. Tries to hop the inside line, but catches just enough hip to end up out of bounds. This path rolls through, grabs the 4. So a 4-4 run, 58-80.
Big shout out to Pure Coffee. Pure Coffee creating strong, clean, beautiful coffee using only perfectly sourced beans, filtered water, and attention to detail. That's Pure Coffee.
Iron Rabbit jamming for the minions. And Just Daisy just runs through everybody on her way to lead jammer.
Iron Rabbit still trying to force her way through that pack. Looking at trouble on the outside as Daisy comes blazing through on that inside window, picking up 5 big points.
Slay Delicious tying up. Iron Rabbit for quite a bit of time finally gets her through as Just Daisy calls off the jam. 3 more points for the sidekicks, taking them to 66. Trailing by 14 with 7.5 minutes to go in the half.
Stepping up to the line for the team in purple, the sidekicks. That's going to be number 03, Aqua Knock You Out. Facing off against Fist Fight, number 411.
This is Fist Fight's first time starting the jam with the star. She had the star pass earlier. And the lead jammer, Fist Fight.
Hot on her heels, Aqua Knock You Out.
Fist Fight calls off the jam. 1 point. The 1-0 run. Are you sick of your job? Ready for a new career in the tech industry? Start your tech career with Dev Boot Camp, where curious beginners learn full-stack web development in 19 weeks. Visit devbootcamp.com to learn more about the original immersive coding school and their new Seattle campus. Code yourself a meaningful career at Dev Boot Camp.
Up on the line, we got Rival E donning the purple star, facing off again. The yellow star facing off against Bella to Brawl. Rival E jumping out in front, getting that lead jammer nod.
And Rival E ducks beside Anita Getcha. clears the pack for 4 points.
Weaving her way through that pack, Rival E picking up 5 beautiful points. Flawless as she slides through. Hop, skip, and a jump. She gets held back by number 722. That's going to be Taj Mahal.
And Rival bump to the outside again, taps the hips. Holds the sidekick scoreless, picks up 3 of her own. That will be a 12-0 run, if my mental math is correct. It's not, 13.
Announcer math. It's kind of like real math almost.
Helps if I look at the fingers, I think.
$117. That's Gabs on the line for the team in purple.
And the sparkling skirted threatening Thunder jamming once again for the Minions.
Gabs quickly get knocked to the outside by turn Skinner number 14, Makilia. Threatening Thunder does what she does. Breaks through, picks up that lead jammer status.
Minions sweeping much of the sidekick back to the outside. Threatening Thunder steps past the last line of defense and grabs 4 points. 4 points up for Gabs as well. Thunder hung up behind the pack this time. Gabs one to beat. Scooches past Thompson. Makilia rolls to the front. Thompson has to let her go. 5 points for Gabs on that run.
Redding Thunder sees her coming up, puts her hands on her hips, picks up 3 more, calls off the jam.
An official timeout called.
Yep, 4-5-0. Yep, thank you.
All right, we're going to take a little timeout because we have 2 number 21s, in case you noticed. It confused us as well, so they're going to fix that with a Sharpie right now. For those of you scoring at home, Queen of Harm now number 211. Iron Rabbit will remain number 21.
Queen of
I only had 2.
It's weird how they want people to have different numbers.
And 2-9 is 2. Yes. Cover the yellow hat is players. The number 2 is 2. Iron Rabbit is 2-1-1.
Iron Rabbit is 2-1.
So out of the official timeout, 101.75, 3 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Lollipopper jamming for the Minions.
Aqua knock you out on the line for the sidekicks. Moose with a big shoulder check to Aqua knock you out, but she just rides it out on the inside line, picking up that lead jammer status for the team in purple.
Lollipopper also able to clear the pack as Alexis of Evil heads to the penalty box. Narrowly missing the chair.
Hop, skip, and a jump through, picking up those 4s. She puts her hands to her hips, calling off that jam.
And we are back with Rival E, set to jam again for the Minions.
Daisy up on the line for the side kicks. Slight pack advantage out there for the side kicks. We got one skater in the box for the team in yellow.
Rival E looks to the outside, just Daisy pushing through, but Rival E clear. as Toe Jammer, I believe, jumped over Just Daisy to try and make a block, but not able to get there quite in time.
Daisy aggressively attacking that pack, pushing that wall to the ground, but that opened up a door for Rival E that she just took, cutting through to pick up that lead jammer nod.
And Rival E through now with 5 and on a power jam as Just Daisy heads to the penalty box.
Taken out by number 111, Lioness. Rival E's quick to get back on her feet and rejoin that pack, getting back in the game. Looking to put some more points on the board for that team in yellow.
And direction to play penalty sends Afro Jammerai to the penalty box, thinning out the Minions defense. Jam comes to a close, 3 points up for the Minions. So a total of 8, 109, 79. Just under a minute and a half to go in our first half.
All right, we got number 20 stepping up the line. That's Bella to Brawl once again.
And Makilia jamming for the Minions.
Pack advantage for the sidekicks. But it's going to be Makilia. Oh, cut track penalty. She's going to spend a little time in the box. That's going to give Bella to Brawl the opportunity to push through, pick up that lead jammer nod in this power jam status.
She gets to go, at least Makilia gets to go get welcomed to the penalty box by Afro Jammerai, so that's kind of nice.
And just like that, she's through. She's got the lead jammer nod. Looking for that window on the outside line. Dodging the blows. Shoots to the inside. Gets knocked to the infield. Having to recycle back behind the pack. Four wall strong up front. That yellow defense is doing a great job of holding her back.
And a stop block penalty sending Dathina to the penalty box. That will thin out the yellow defense. However, Afro Jammerai, big shoulder, taking Bella DeBrawl to the ground. Thompson following up to tap her out of bounds. Calls off the jam, did grab all 5 points. And that takes us to halftime.
All right, we're looking at a 109 to 84 in favor of the Minions in the first half. We got about 10 minutes before the action heats back up here on the track. Make sure you swing on over to the snack bar and get yourself some refreshments, or go out into the lobby and pick up some merch. We'll be back here in about 9.5 minutes.
I have had a concussion, I've had a double knee sprain, I've had so many bumps and bruises, I currently can't sit down on my right side. My health insurance has helped me through every single one of those. I'm Abominable and I skate with the Rat City Roller Girls in Seattle, Washington. In order to skate, you have to have your own health insurance. The Washington Health Plan Finder is what allowed me to start skating. Without it, I wouldn't have had the insurance that is required to play roller derby. It was really easy to use. I was expecting insurance to be this convoluted thing that would take hours and days out of my life. But with going online, filling it out, and they have advocates that are there to get on the phone if you have any sort of issue, it was really easy. When I didn't have my own health insurance, I was rationing out how much risk I could take. I couldn't skate roller derby, but it also limited how much I was willing to bike or what I was willing to try. I'd say if you don't have health insurance, get it and come play roller derby.
welcome back to the action here on the flat track as we've got the sidekicks taking on the minions at the one and only Rat's Nest here in Shoreline, Washington. First half, we had 109 in favor of the minions, 84 sidekicks. Defense all over the track out there, doing an amazing job holding these skaters back. First jam of the second half, it looks like we're going to feature the Iron Rabbit against Aqua Knock You Out.
Minions, one skater in the penalty box. As Deathina starting the second half off sitting down, and Aqua Knock You Out starts the second half off with lead jammer.
Fighting her way through that yellow wall of defense, aggressively pushing her way out to pick up that lead nod. Fist fight, holding her back with the shoulder, trying to knock her to the infield, but she jukes to the out. Taking a dive. Puts her hands to her hips and calls off the jam.
Aqua Knock You Out grabs 3 points. That takes the sidekicks to 87, and we reset once again with Threatening Thunder jamming against Toad Jammer.
I love that name. Toad Jammer. That is probably most visually impacting name. And I always think of, a bleeding toenail.
Exactly. It's a delightful thing.
Toad Jammer finding a win on the inside, looking for a crack in that armor. Not finding it, going to cycle to the outside, but comes back, hop, skipping a jump. She picks up that lead jammer nod.
Sidekick starting off the second half strong, 2 straight lead jammers. And that is the first jam for Threatening Thunder where she has started as jammer and not gotten lead. First jam tonight. I'm
That's
sure it's
right.
happened before.
Not many times, I'm guessing. But
Maybe once, twice, I don't know. 3-3. As Thunder able to catch up to the pack while Toad Jammer was recycling back to the outside.
just Daisy on the line for the side kicks.
And Rival E jamming for the Minions.
We got an empty penalty box in there. That means we got all players in play, 5-on-5 on the flat track. Daisy looking for that win on the inside. Hip check by Fist Fight, sends her to the infield.
Like that they were slowly rolling back towards the line as the whistle got closer. Rival E lead jammer for the Minions.
Daisy is out and hot on her heels, though. Gonna make her work for those points. She slides through.
And Rival E rolls through, does not go off the jam until after just Daisy had gotten through, but
Four on four in that first jam. Sidekicks and Minions. Now we got Aqua Knock You Out on the line once again.
and that is Makilia jamming for the Minions. And Makilia out front, lead jammer. So where the Sidekicks started off with the first two jams as lead jammer, Minions have picked up for the second set of two jams.
And Makilia finding a window on the inside. 5 points on the board for the team in yellow on that one. Putting her hands to her hips. She holds the side kicks at 0.
So that takes us 121 to 94.
Just Daisy on the line once again for the side kicks. She's facing off the Iron Rabbit for the Minions.
Iron Rabbit forced to the inside. Back up and out, just Daisy. Dances the outside line through for lead jammer.
Just Daisy looking to chomp away this deficit a little bit with that lead jammer status. Last line of defense, fist fight. Takes a dive on turn 3, hits the floor, puts her hands on her hips, calls off the jam, but not before she picks up 3 points.
A 3-0 run, 97-121. Sidekick send out. Aqua knock you out again to jam against Rivalee.
That's an empty box. We got all players on the field. Whistles blown. Action starts with a shoulder check to the team in yellow. Rivalee looking for that window on the inside. Jukes to the out. Finds a line and takes it all the way through.
Rivalee not lead jammer. That goes to Aqua knock you out. Rivalee thought she was lead, but isn't. Fortunately, no one blew a whistle, so no penalties awarded. Rivalee hops the inside as Aqua knock you out worked her way around the outside to grab 4 points.
Aqua fighting her way right through the middle of that diamond defense. She gets her hips past 2, puts her hands on her hips, calls off the jam. With that jam, the Sidekicks have broken the century mark.
Black Rock Coffee, they care about 2 things, people and coffee. Check out the only Black Rock Coffee bar in Seattle, located just up the street at 143rd and Aurora.
Bella DeBrawl on the line. She's facing off against Threatening Thunder. Bella DeBrawl on the inside, tiptoes her way on that line, picking up that lead jammer status. Hot on her heels, Threatening Thunder puts the pressure down, so she calls off the jam before any points are picked up. Ladies and gentlemen, we got 23 minutes left in this second half. I don't care who you're rooting for. Make some noise for these skaters. They're putting it all on the track for you.
That is fist fight jamming for the Minions.
Daisy out on the line for the Sidekicks with an empty penalty box.
Just Daisy trying to hop the hip. Lands out of bounds, rolls it back to the inside. As fist fight steps through for lead jammer. That breaks a 3-jam string for the Sidekicks.
Big hip check right there by Afro Jammerai, sending Just Daisy to the outside. Oh, some aerial maneuvers by Fist Fight. Takes a dive on turn 3, calls off the jam. 4 points on the board.
So 128 to 103, 22 minutes left in the game. Threatening Thunder jamming against Aqua knock you out.
Threatening Thunder to the outside, Aqua to the in. Aqua's facing up against that 3-wall. Make it 4, holding her back. Threatening Thunder, last line of defense out there with a hip check, trying to hold her back. She goes from the outside, slides to the end, picks up that lead jammer status. Threatening Thunder.
Assaulting Carmel great left to right work, trying to hold Thunder back, but she's finally able to turn the hips just enough to break out the front.
Strange Bird with a big hip check to Thunder right there, forcing her to call off the jam. No points on that one. Looks like we're going to get 1 point going to the Minions.
Outside back ref Del from Hell says, no, that was 1 point. Iron Rabbit set to jam for the Minions.
That's going to be number 20, Bella DeBrawl out there for the Sidekicks. They got a sprinting start. Both jammers go to the inside.
Now Iron Rabbit squeezing to the out, but nothing doing. As Bella DeBrawl tries both sides of the pack at the front. Both defenses waterfalling forward very quickly. Thompson now back to the back, trying to break the Iron Rabbit free, not able to do so. Rolls back forward to play defense.
Bella DeBrawl up front, trying to get her way through this floor wall. They're reforming, tied up on turn number 3, sandwiching her in. That's going to be number 9-1-1, picking up a penalty on that one, a Mailator.
That it was a Mailator with the stop block penalty. Perhaps direction of play.
One skater left to get by last line of defense is Thompson. Breaks through, picking up that lead. Jammer knob, Bella DeBrawl.
Full minute and 5 seconds into the jam, finally a lead Jammer, and the Iron Rabbit also almost clear. Toad Jammer gives chase. Not able to stop her as Kuhar and Amilate her both out of the penalty box simultaneously. Bella DeBrawl calls off the jam after grabbing 4 points, 107 sidekicks, 129 minions.
Aqua knock you out on the line once again for the sidekicks.
And fist fight jamming for the minions.
Back advantage in favor of the minions. We got one blocker in the box. Aqua knock you out, pushing her way through, picking up that lead.
Fist fight tripped up and piled up a bit, but nice hip. Little hip hop over 7 skate 9.
That was a good jump. Holding the line barely on the inside.
And Aqua knock you out, grabs the points, calls off the jam 4-0 run. Sidekicks narrow it down now 129-111. 18-point lead for the minions. And 18 and a half minutes to go in the game. Assaulting Carmel, jamming for the first time tonight for the sidekicks.
Rival E out there for the minions. Salt and Carmel up front. Afro Jammerize the last line of defense. Afro Jammerize sends her to the infield. She's forced to recycle back, but so is Rival E after getting knocked to the outside. Now they're switching places once again. Rival E. Salty Carmel breaking through, but catching a cut track penalty. She's going to do a power lap. Around the outside to the penalty box. Rival E holding the line on the outside. She is your lead jammer.
Referee almost signaled the Salty Carmel's lead jammer, then heard the penalty call. As McKillia trying to open the door for Rival E, not quite able to get it fully wide open. And Rival E again trying the outside and knocked out by Taj Mahal. Calls off the jam, freezing Assaulting Carmel in the penalty box, but grabbing 4 points.
Yeah, it was close. She was trying to hold that line down here right in front of the announcer booth.
And she will pass the star to Threatening Thunder for the power start.
Salt and Carmel going to finish off her penalty in the box at the start of this jam. Diving through, spinning out, finding the line on the inside. Rival E getting that lead jammer status for the minions.
Salty Carmel going chest to chest with Thompson. Nona Larson rolling in as well. Threatening Thunder uses that gap and rolls through for 4 points. Larson heads to the penalty box as Carmel finally clears the pack.
Rival E from the inside, moving to the out, takes a tumble. The outfield, but she's going to... I'm sorry, that's Assaulting Carmel is going to get a cut track penalty. She's going to the box. Power jam in favor of the minions.
Threatening Thunder steps past Gabs for a 4-point pass. Make that a 5-point pass as Carmel in the penalty box.
Hop,
Yeah.
skip, and a jump right there by Threatening Thunder once again with the aerial maneuvers. 5 points on the board for the Minions.
So that was a 14-0 run, 147-113. If you like what you see here, come back for your next serving of Derby on February 4th as Grave Danger takes on the Throttle Rockets. And the Socket Wenches will battle the visiting team Femme Fiana from Dockyard. Tickets available now, ratcityrollergirls.com.
Short stacked on the track. Team Purple fielding in the penalty box. We got McKillia out there picking up that lead jammer status in this power start.
The thin back, super quick lead grab.
Only 2 blockers on the track. Joined by a third.
And a quick star pass, Assaulting Carmel passing it off to Ellie Like. Ellie Like, former member of the Seattle Derby Brats, now a Rat City Roller Girl. Coming back to school, her former teammates. And a 5-1 run brings us to 152-114 with 14 minutes to go in the game.
Strange Bird starting this jam in the box. So we got a short stack out there for the team in purple. That's going to be Aqua Knock You Out on the line for the sidekicks.
And a little fist fight jamming for the Minions.
Just fighting their way through. It's going to be fist fight coming out on top on that one, picking up that lead jammer status. Aqua Knock You Out hot on her heels. Seconds after breaking through that pack, Aqua's through as well. Weaving through, comes against the wall. That is Moose.
And a 1-1 jam. Each jammer picking up 1. That would pretty much be the definition of 1-1 jam, wouldn't it?
I believe that's how that works, yeah. Both scoring skaters picking up the 1 point.
And then the extra point coming in as there was a skater in the penalty box for the Minions.
Right, ghost point. That's right.
And now, official timeout points. Official timeout, a great time to mention that finding insurance doesn't have to be an ordeal. Washington Health Benefit Exchange can help you get accessible and affordable insurance so you can get rolling.
Hey, here's something that's kind of crazy but sounds pretty cool. One Magician's Dark Secret, a room full of puzzles and clues. 70 minutes to solve the thrilling mystery of Locurio, the Vanishing Act, Seattle's premier escape room adventure. Locurio offers immersive experiences for you and your friends, family, or coworkers. Visit www.locurio.com. Book your adventure today.
Rivalry set to jam for the Minions.
Bella to Brawl out on the line for the side kicks. Whistles blown, action starts. We got one skater in the box. Pack advantage going to the side kicks, and just like that, breaking through. That's Bella to Brawl.
Bella DeBrawl grabbing the first lead jammer call for the sidekicks in the last 4 jams. As Rivalry bumped to the infield, had to roll back. Bella DeBrawl now pushed to the inside and back as well. As only 2 defenders left on the track for the Minions. And the full 4-pack for the sidekicks.
Bella to Brawl trying to fight her way to the front of this line. Weaving back and forth, in and out, looking for a window of opportunity. But that yellow defense the Minions thrown up is pretty impressive.
And Deathina picking up a penalty towards the end of that exchange. Heads to the penalty box. Bella de Burrell clear of the pack with 5 points. Rivaly finally exits the pack on her initial pass.
Two wall up front. Shooting to the outside. Calls off the jam after picking up 2 more points. 3 more points. And that's 3 more points going up for the side kicks as well.
And with 11.5 to go in the game, 156 Minions, 124 Sidekicks. Threatening Thunder back out for the Minions.
Aqua Knock You out there on the line, fighting her way through that pack, looking for the window and picking it up, getting that lead jammer status for the sidekicks.
Threatening Thunder clear half a lap behind as Aqua Knock You Out helps herself along. A little tap on Wheels of Mass Destruction to break through the pack. 4 points up. 128 now to 155. McKillia coming out to jam for the Minions.
Just Daisy on the line for the sidekicks. Short stack on the track for the Minions. We got a couple of blockers starting out this jam in the penalty box.
Only blocker on the track at the start of the jam for the Minions. Fist fight.
He's got to get big quick.
And a back block sending McKillia to the penalty box, so power jam for Just Daisy and just 5 points on the board.
That yellow wall's picking up some movement. We now have 3 blockers in play for the Minions. Daisy is slowed down a little bit on turn number 2 as Fist Fight comes in with a shoulder check, sending Daisy to the inside. She puts her hands to her hips and calls off the jam. Not before she picks up some points.
2. There
2
we go.
points. That's what we're looking for.
So that's a 7-0 run, 135, 155 now, 20-point game. Just under 10 minutes to go. Aqua Knock You Out, lone jammer on the track as McKillia still in the penalty box.
Aqua looking for a win on the outside. Fist Fight, last line of defense, breezes through to pick up that lead jammer nod.
4th straight jam that the sidekicks have had lead jammer following 4 straight Minion lead jammers.
She comes in hot with a big shoulder check right there to Afro Jammerize, moving to the outside.
Forearm penalty sends Fist Fight to the penalty box.
Aqua still trying to spin her way through this defense. Swarming up against her, trying to hold her back.
And Afro Jammer not quite able to catch her. So 5 points up for Aqua Knock You Out.
McKillia is out of the box and on the track. It knocked to the outfield. Forced to recycle back. She jukes to the inside, looks for that window, makes her pass. That's the initial pass. Aqua Knock You Out picks up
5 more.
5 big points.
10 total on the jam. 2 Minion blockers in the penalty box. 4 more up, a 4-2 last pass, and a timeout called by the Minions. After a 14-2 run, now only leading 157-149, which by my brain is 8 points.
Look at these amazing teams out here. Who's on your Derby Dream Team? Tell us in our Facebook post, and you could win some sweet movie loot and movie passes. Hey, with about 8 minutes left in the game, how many Sidekick fans do we have in the house tonight? All right, well.
How about Minions fans?
Oh, I don't know. That's a tough call, Scott.
That is a tough call.
Let's hear those Sidekick fans one more time.
All right, and then I guess we have to hear the Minions fans again. Minions, I think it's about even.
It's pretty good. How about Junior Derby fans? Yeah.
There we go.
All right, 8 minutes left. We're going to see what happens. Only 9 points separating these two teams right now. A lot of footwork coming back for the sidekicks. Starting out with a much bigger differential at the beginning of this second half. Minions going to be fielding 2 skaters in the box. So we only got 3 blockers. 2 blockers and 1 jammer on the line for the Minions. Bella to Brawl out there picking up that lead jammer nod for sidekicks.
Iron Rabbit jamming for the Minions and passed up by Bella DeBrawl as she was rolling out of the pack. So 5 points up. That takes us to a 4-point game, 153-157.
And getting knocked to the outside, putting her hands on her hips. 4 more points going on the board for the sidekicks. 1 point getting picked up by the Minions.
And that's a 1-point game.
A 1-point game, ladies and gentlemen.
1-point game. Gab set to jam for the sidekicks.
Rival E stepping up to the line for the Minions. Still got 1 blocker in the box for Team in Yellow. That's pack advantage going to the sidekicks. Gab shooting to the inside, finds that window, picks up that lead, jammer nod. Team in Purple.
Rivalry out of the back and giving chase.
Gabs with a hop, skipping a jump. She breaks through, puts her hands on her hips, picks up the points, and calls off the jam. With 2 points going up for the Minions, 4 points going up for the sidekicks. That's a lead change, ladies and gentlemen.
Lead change. We need a lead change sound effect.
We do need a lead change.
Ground control, get on that.
Hey, but it's still a 1-point game, 161-160. We got Aqua knock you out on the line for the sidekicks.
And Threatening Thunder jamming for the Minions.
Back advantage in favor of the Minions. Threatening Thunder finding that window. Quickly making short change out of that defense, picking up that lead jammer status.
And Threatening Thunder around the outside. 5-point grand slam. As Moose heads to the penalty box, as does Fist Fight. So that takes us down to 2-on-2 in the pack. Thunder works her way clear. Grabs 4 points. 9 total on the jam.
Big shoulder right there by Afro Jamurai.
Afro saw Aqua coming and just lowered the boom just as the whistles were going. A 9-0 run. 169-161.
Minions coming out on top once again with that one. 8 points separating these two teams with 5 minutes left in the game. I know, right?
And Rival E rolls out to jam for the Minions. Bella DeBrawl jamming for the sidekicks. Bella DeBrawl is your lead jammer. Calls off the jam, a 0-0 jam. And we got 4 minutes, 37 seconds to go. And Afro Jamurai does get into play just in time. But first, an official timeout. I think we're trying to confirm that people are where they're supposed to be as far as penalties go.
Dotting our T's and crossing our I's, making sure everything's where it needs to be. Just like Washington Health Benefit Exchange can do for you, finding insurance doesn't have to be an ordeal. Washington Health Benefit Exchange can help you get accessible and affordable insurance so you can get rolling. Wabi.
If you're interested in advertising with the Rat City Roller Girls, we have numerous packages to offer this season. Please ask any Rat City Roller Girl for details, or you can email sponsorship@ratcityrollergirls.com. Join the vast array of Rat City Roller Girls advertisers. All right, everybody's where they're supposed to be. Threatening Thunder. Back on the jammer line for the Minions.
Daisy on the line for the Sidekicks. Big-
4-on-2 advantage in the pack for the Sidekicks.
And Daisy's taking full advantage of that, but she's picking up a high block penalty.
And that gives a lead jammer to Threatening Thunder. Just as her blockers released from the penalty box.
And Threatening Thunder blazes her way through that pack, putting 5 on the board for a grand slam for the Minions.
Minions still one shy in the pack as McKillia sitting in the penalty box. Threatening Thunder going to a bridge so that Assaulting Carmel can crawl out from under her.
Two jammers left to get through. Threatening Thunder trying to push this out.
Just Daisy released from the penalty box. Threatening Thunder knocked out of bounds, calls off the jam, grabbed 5 points. A 10-point jam takes us to 3 minutes to go, 179-161.
18 points separating these two teams. We're going to get a timeout called by the Sidekicks. During that timeout, I'd like to give a quick shout out to all the volunteers that helped make this happen tonight.
Yes, indeed.
Put your hands together for the folks in those stripes, all the lab coats you see out here tonight. The announcers do a couple things, but let's give it up for those photographers too, you know. And how about that DJ?
Yes, indeed. DJ Ground Control, tearing it up. He likes to wear the headphones so he doesn't have to listen to us. I've noticed that. He does that at Jet City as well. It's like every time, minute I turn the mic on, headphones go on, ignores me like nobody's business.
There's not enough noise canceling to cancel your noise, right?
That is true.
Hey, back out on the track. It looks like we got Aqua Knock You Out on the line for the Sidekicks. And I believe that's Rival E for the Minions.
Rival really wanted that to be the start of Jam Whistle.
He's excited.
Really wanted it to be.
Chomping at the bit.
That one you can start skating with.
There it is. Whistle's blowing. Action starts right off the bat. Looks like we got a start pass. Rival E's going to jump out in front, picking up that lead jammer status.
Sidekicks trying for that quick pass across the front to get the star out fast. Would have given up lead jammer, but get your skater out to get some points. In this case, Rival E, lead jammer and points.
Rival
There's
E
no back called.
taking the hits and brushing them off as she pushes through for those 4 big points.
Toe jammer with the star for the Sidekick, also with 4 points.
Big shoulder centered into the infield right there by number 8, Slade Alicious. The whistle's blown. 4 whistle blows means the end of that jam. 4-4 on that one.
Yep, 0 for either on that last pass, and a timeout called by the Sidekicks. And I would say you should cuddle up this winter with luxurious bedding from Bedrooms and More. Their line of washable wool products is naturally moisture wicking and temperature regulating to keep you comfortable through the night. No more sticking your foot out from under the covers, leaving you vulnerable to monsters. Bedrooms and More, located in Wallingford at 45th and Latona. Get new bedding, avoid monsters. That seems pretty logical.
That's right. You got to flip that mattress once in a while. Let the demons out. One wireless that we could have a halftime.
Fist fight jamming for the Minions. Bella DeBrawl jamming for the Sidekicks. And Bella DeBrawl dances across the middle of the pack. Lead jammer Sidekicks. Just under 2 minutes to go in the game. Side trick kicks trailing 183-165. Thompson slows Bella down, but not able to stop her. Grabs 4 points. Calls off the jam. Takes us to 183-169. 14-point lead.
Got about 1.5 minutes left in this game. Stick around to the halftime. We got the Filthy Femcore coming out after we do our MVPs.
Threatening Thunder jamming for the Minions. Just Daisy for the Sidekicks. Each team one blocker in the penalty box. And Just Daisy, lead jammer Sidekicks.
Needed that right now with just a minute left in this game.
Just Daisy rolls through, grabs the 4 points, calls off the jam. We will get one more jam in. 10-point lead. Aqua knock you out, rolling out to jam for the Sidekicks. Fist fight for the Minions.
Should be an action-packed jam with only 10 points separating these two teams.
And
possibly the last jam of the evening.
And everybody's on the track. At least, legal numbers.
All the skaters
Yeah.
that have been playing the game, right?
Not everybody. There's some still on the bench.
Yeah, right. There's a couple.
And I'm sitting over here, so.
Aqua getting knocked to the outside between the jammer line and the pivot line. Fist fights up front. Fist fight pushing through, getting that lead jammer status.
Fist fight rolls up to the pack. Checks the clock, taps the hips, calls off the jam, and that is game.
There it is, folks. Unofficial. Final score, 183-173. Of course, we're going to dot the I's and cross the T's. Make sure every point is given, especially when we got a game this close.
And a game this important to the standings internationally of evil versus good.
Right, this is true. In a day and age like now, we need to know just who our superheroes really are.
It's that guy with the camera that's
It's
taking
that
my
guy
picture
with the
right
camera,
now. He
that's
is your
right.
superhero. All right, your final score, Minions take the win, 183. Sidekicks, 173.
Well, let's stick around for our MVPs. Make sure you get trackside for some derby love from these amazing teams.
Minions, come give these people their free high fives.
Yeah, they paid for them.
That was a start-stop high-five lap, I got to say.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, your victors, the Minions. They came, they saw, they took it all.
And keep your hands out for their opponents. Give it up for the Sidekicks.
It was a battle from start to finish. Only 10 points separating these two teams. I do believe we have MVPs coming up as well.
My list of injuries includes a concussion, a couple high ankle sprains, and then Velcro cuts and bruises. I'm Bento Boxer and I skate with Rat City Roller Girls. I moved to Seattle about 2 years ago for an AmeriCorps position, and partway through my term, I aged out of being on my parents' insurance. So it was my first time looking for my own insurance. Don't know a ton about healthcare, so the Health Plan Finder made it really, really easy for me to fill out an application and just see what I qualified for. Really, really easy to use. When I actually had to use the insurance, I had a concussion about a year ago, so I had to use my insurance for that. Yeah, people may come to Derby expecting fishnets and fake fights, but we're actually really serious athletes and take the sport really seriously. Having health insurance makes me a lot less terrified every time I take the track.
I have had a concussion. I've had a double knee sprain. I've had so many bumps and bruises. I currently can't sit down on my right side. My health insurance has helped me through every single one of those. I'm Abominable, and I skate with the Rat City Roller Girls in Seattle, Washington. In order to skate, you have to have your own health insurance. The Washington Health Plan Finder is what allowed me to start skating. Without it, I wouldn't have had the insurance that is required to play roller derby. It was really easy to use. I was expecting insurance to be this convoluted thing that would take hours and days out of my life. But with going online, filling it out, and they have advocates that are there to get on the phone if you have any sort of issue, it was really easy. When I didn't have my own health insurance, I was rationing out how much risk I could take. I couldn't skate roller derby, but it also limited how much I was willing to invite or what I was willing to try. I'd say if you don't have health insurance, get it and come play roller derby.
Are you ready for some roller derby? That's right. Tonight we've got an action-packed game. We got villains against superheroes, superheroes against villains coming at you from the Rat's Nest here in Shoreline, Seattle. I'm the Norwegian Persuasion.
And I am still Scott Chicken.
Still, we're up here going to call the action for you trackside. We get the show on the road for you. This is going to be a mashup game with some amazing skaters, bringing you superheroes in the white and villains in the black. So let's get those superheroes out on the track.
Let's do that. All right, superheroes. Who we got? Your superhero lineup, number 3, Blocky the Jampire Slayer. Number 7, Braunhilde. Number 10, Shadowcat. Number 14, Moya Down. Number 15, Princess Leia Out. Number 22, Han Yolo. Number 36, Sunshiner. Number 81, Ponyo Knees. Number 94, H. Granger. Number 123, Khaleesi. Number 210, Harvey Milk. Number 253, Slamora. Number 611, Mia Herrera. Number 669 is Dazzler. And number 1859, Black Widow. The superheroes are coached by Coach Giggles and Coach Shrugs. Give it up one more time for the superheroes.
All right, now for the team in black, everybody's favorite, the villains. Often we are rooting for the bad guy. Skater number 1, Killer Quinn. Number 4, Punchy O'Guts. Number 24, Alex DeLarge. Number 42, Maleficent. 44, Patrick Bateman. Number 57 is Cruella DeVille. 73 is Horace. Number 76 is your ex. We all know that one. Skater number 83, the Punisher. Number 90 is Cece. 104, Scarlet Overkill. Number 127, that guy who shot Bambi's mom. Number 131 is Scar. 440, Mabernaut. Number 451, Dr. Mrs. the Monarch. 619, Jasper. And they're coached tonight by the Roadrunner and Astonia Vitch. Ladies and gentlemen, the villains. This is going to be an adventuresome evening, folks.
It will. Will good triumph over evil this time? Certainly didn't in the last game.
And I think nowadays we can all use a superhero. We're always looking for that good guy. Not going to find it in the news, but you might find it here on the flat track.
Perhaps you can find one at Quality Athletics. We celebrate sport. Located in Pioneer Square, Quality Athletics is a full-service restaurant and bar, not your usual sports fare, with a large wood-fired grill, a slushy and snow cone machine, a rooftop garden, an AstroTurf back bar, and outdoor fire pits. Check out Quality Athletics.
So, the villains have Shin Diesel, but you can have Vin Diesel in the new action movie Triple X Return of Xander Cage. For your chance to win some sweet Triple X loot and free movie passes, enter the contest on the Rat City Facebook page now.
Braunhilde set to jam for the superheroes.
He's going to be facing off against CC, number 90 for the villains.
The real question I have is, can Braunhilde get a whip assist using the braids? Or would that be some sort of equipment violation?
Now it's clear, says Mike Hammer.
Mike Hammer's given the shake.
All right.
He would also like me to point out that we've gone back to 2013 and they have 3 inside pack refs.
Hey, look at that. We got a lead jammer. That's Braunhilde. Coming out quickly, picking up that lead jam. CC looking for a window of opportunity to get through. She's finding on the outside line. Last line of defense out there. Artist formerly known as Wicked Slam, number 94. H. Granger. Calling off the jam, we picked up 2 points for the superheroes.
Scar with a hip check that took Braunhilde out.
For the villains, we got that guy who shot Bambi's mom on the line.
And that is Sunshiner jamming for the superheroes.
Whistles blowing, action starts. Sunshiner looking for a window. That guy trying to find one too, coming up against 4-wall diamond defense. Moving from the outside over to the end. Quick on her feet, she jukes to the outside, dives to the end, picking up that lead jammer status for the villains.
That guy who shot Bambi's mom right out of the hunting blind, sneaking around the outside.
Pops out of the blind, picking up those points. Sunshiner is out, looking to score some points as well. 2 points going up for the for the villains.
First points of the game, 2-0. And we reset with Jasper.
Facing off against Blocky the Jampire Slayer. Rangers back up. Whistles blown, action starts. Jasper on the backside of this pack. Immediately getting stopped by these blockers.
Speaking of blockers, Blocky the Jampire Slayer fighting some blockers of her own and breaking through. Lead jammer.
Push it
Superheroes. First penalty sends Harvey Milk to the penalty box.
Jasper just now breaking through, getting out of the way of that defense. White Wall's putting up.
And Blocky through, taps the hips, calls off the jam. 4 points up. A 6-2 superhero lead. Hey, Rat City is accepting skaters of all levels. Our next tryout coming up quick. If you want more information, email freshmeat@ratcityrollergirls.com. That's freshmeat@ratcityrollers.com.
Dazzler on the line for the superheroes. But that's not the one coming out on top. That's going to be your ex picking up that lead jammer status. Hey, around the outside, picking up 5 in the sky. That's a big grand slam. Going up for the villains.
And Dazzler through the pack, completing the initial pass. Your ex taps her hips, calls off the jam. 0-0, a 5-0 run. Villains leading 7-6.
The Punisher on the line for the villains. He's facing off against number 1859, Sunshiner.
That would be Block Widow.
Block Widow, my bad. All skaters are in play. Walled up tight on the backside.
The Black Widow trapped left to right.
Bunisher up front, pushing out that wall. Last line of defense out there is Sunshiners. He breaks through, picking up that lead jammer nod. The Bunisher.
Black Widow again trying the inside push to the out of bounds region. Tied up by 2. And finally works free of the pack. Initial pass complete. But the Bunisher on the scoring pass taps the hips, calls off the jam. 3-0 Villain. Pretty awesome. And that takes the Villains to 10, a 4-point lead, 10-6 with 24 and a half minutes to go in the first half.
Blocky the Jampire Slayer on the line. Face it off against Horus, number 73 for the Villains. Big pack advantage going to the Superheroes. Couple blockers in the box for the Villains. Horus trying to get through that 4-wall on the backside of this track, but it's the Jampire Slayer that's going to be pushing through that 2-wall to pick up that lead jammer status.
And Horus passing the star over the top to that guy who shot Bambi's mom. As Blocky the Jampire Slayer through with 5 points. And that takes us to a lead. Jane Superheroes now up by 1 mid-jam.
Woo, hop, skip, and a jump. Breezes her way through to pick up another 5 in the sky for the Superheroes.
And that guy who shot Bambi's mom shot the toe down out of bounds, cuts the track. Howard Jam now for Blocky the Jampire Slayer. Blocky rolls in, goes to the ground, calls off the jam.
Ladies and gentlemen, this just in. There is a new Mazda 3 with a temporary plate of 82110099. That's a Mazda 3 in the parking lot. It's on fire. It's not really on fire, but it is blocking another car, and you have been for a while. I'm sure soon it will be on fire, so please move your vehicle. If you have a new Mazda 3,
All right, the Mamernaut shaking up on the play. And we will reset with Harvey Milk wearing the star on the power jam for the Superheroes.
that is going to be a power start. That's right. We've got that guy who shot Bambi's mom in the penalty box. As I'm sure we all can agree, that might be where they belong.
Could be. Depends on if you like deer.
Venison. Hey, 2 jammers enter. 1 jammer must leave as Harvey Milk enters. That guy who shot Bambi's mom is set loose.
That was a forearm penalty on Harvey Milk. That guy who shot Bambi's mom now rolling through on the initial pass. As the Villains attempting to clear things out, Superheroes grouping to the front.
It's all fight on the track as she pushes her way through. Gets that lead jammer nod. That's going to go to that guy who shot Bambi's mom.
Dazzler giving chase after playing kickstand, running to the front, but not able to catch that guy who shot Bambi's mom. I don't think anybody ever caught that guy.
No, he got away with that clean. And holding that line on the outside. That four wall's walled up tight down here on turn number 3. That guy's looking for a window of opportunity through the octagon up here. Get a little help from her friend. She finds the line on the inside, breaks through, picking up that 5-point pass.
Meanwhile, excellent and villainous run back catches Harvey Milk with the cut track penalty. So back to the penalty box, and Power Jam continues for that guy who shot Bambi's mom.
Racking and stacking, chomping away at that deficit. 24 points on the board for the Superheroes right now, but with that pass, there's another 5 points going up for the Villains.
That takes the Villains to 20, trailing by 4. As Harvey Milk back out of the penalty box and re-engaged with the pack, both jammers now tied up with their respective defending packs.
One more point going up on the board for the Villains.
Jam comes to an end. No superhero points available. So a
Sprinkling
3-point lead.
Stardust. All right, once
Hilda.
again, on that line for the Superheroes, Braunhilde.
And that is Patrick Bateman jamming for the Villains.
Patrick Bateman getting knocked to the infield, recycling back as Braunhilde picks up that lead jammer status.
And Patrick Bateman cuts the track, heads to the penalty box.
5 points going up for the Superheroes.
And that's 5 more. Braunhilde quickly through the pack. Takes the Superheroes to 34. Now leading by 13, 34-21.
Swing and a miss as Braunhilde pushes her way through for another 5-point pass. Racking and stacking those points, increasing that lead. So far, we're up to 15 points in this jam. Braunhilde is earning her keep today.
Not so easy on this pass. As the superhero blockers turn to defense as Patrick Bateman out of the penalty box.
Out and about and running away with it. Making the most out of this power jam situation. Braunhilde holding that line on the inside for 4 more points. 24-point jam, and it's not over yet.
Patrick Bateman still trapped. Oh, nice little hip tossed out by the Punisher, knocking Braunhilde to the infield. And she calls off the jam. 2 more up. A 26-0 run takes the Superheroes to an even 50.
Did you know that we have 3 levels of training before you can be drafted onto a home team? If you want to learn how to skate, email freshmeat at ratcityrollergirls.com for more information. All right, we got number 131. That's Scar on the line for the Villains. He's facing off against Shadowcat for the Superheroes.
Scar looking for a line on the inside. Door is closed. Forearm penalty sends Killer Quinn to the penalty box. And out the front, Shadowcat lead jammer Superheroes.
Scar with a hip check to the outfield, forced to recycle back. While Shadowcat looks to put some points on the board for the Superheroes.
H. Granger with a nice late hip check to bump Scar out of bounds. Shadowcat bumped to the infield. Rolls back a bit. Finally works past Blaze. and is clear with 5 points.
Shadowcat knocked to the infield. And it looks like the villain jammer, Alex DeLarge, she's picking up a penalty. Gonna go to the box for the next 30 seconds. Power jam for Scar. Oh.
That would be
For
Shadowcat. I don't know. And Shadowcat taps the hips, calls off the jam. 3 more points. And we will reset with Alex DeLarge in the penalty box as jammer for the villains. And Harvey Milk at the jammer line for the superheroes.
Whistle's blowing action starts. Harvey Milk at a sprinting start to this power jam. Looking to get out there quickly, pick up that lead jammer status. But that team in black, the villains, are deciding something else. They definitely want to try and hold her back. They formed a 3-wall up front, make that 4. Defense wins games.
Back block, sending Alex DeLarge back to the penalty box. Power jam continuing for Harvey Milk.
However, Harvey Milk has not gotten through this defense yet that the villains are putting up against them 3 deep right now. Spreading it out, joined up again by 2.
Horace spinning forward using that bonus Dalmatian to help slow things down.
We'll make that 2.5. Right now, we got 1 left. That's going to be your X. Your X has to let her go. Lead jammer status going to Harvey Milk. Excellent job killing that power jam, though.
Indeed, Alex DeLarge out of the penalty box. And working towards the front as jammer. Out of play called. Alex DeLarge finally clearing the pack. And Harvey Milk taps the hips, calls off the jam. 3 points, superheroes. Takes them to 66, villains 21. Hey, thanks to our new sponsors, Smith Brothers Farms, for their donation of cold brew coffee, the product of 2 family-owned local companies perfectly blending organic fair trade coffee with farm fresh organic Smith Brothers Farms milk.
All right.
Sunshiner jamming for the superheroes.
And that guy that shot Bambi's mom once again for the villains. That guy pushing his way through, getting that lead jammer nod. Fighting through that superhero defense.
First lead jammer for the villains in 4 jams. And that guy rolling through on the scoring pass. Taps the hips to call off the jam. Just as Sunshiner was rolling up, and a 3-2 villains advantage.
All right, stepping up to the line for the villains, your X dons the star.
And that is number 3, Blocky the Jampire Slayer, jamming for the superheroes.
That's a full track, 5-on-5 on the flat track. Blocky the Jampire Slayer, breaking out on the outside, picking up that lead jammer nod quickly for the superheroes.
Super quickly. Blocky the Jampire Slayer working against the defense to get out. Meanwhile, your X finally breaks free. And Blocky picks up 5 points.
Another 5 points going up on the board for the superheroes, 73-24, the villains. Villains are going to put out number 83, the Punisher.
Thank you to Washington Health Benefit Exchange for sponsoring us. They sponsor the penalty box today and will be sponsoring us throughout the season. Make sure you check them out. Washington Health Benefit Exchange.
That's Ponyo Knees done on the White Star for the Superheroes. Once again, the Punisher out there for the Villains. Punisher pushing her way through on the inside, finding a window of opportunity and taking it, getting that lead jammer status for the Villains.
Punisher also winning for best logo on t-shirt. And 5 quick points for the Punisher.
Just like that, picking up that 5 in the sky. Also, we've got a new jammer on the market, number 669. That's Dazzler.
And Dazzler hooked by Cece, but able to get back up and go. However, Cece also able to get back up and go. So Dazzler through for 4 points as the Punisher calls off the jam with 4. Still a 14-4 run.
That was definitely a good run for the Villains, chomping away at that deficit, picking up 10 more points than the Superheroes did in that one, 38-77. Now we've got Jasper in the field for the Villains.
An official review called by the Superheroes.
Hey, if you're interested in advertising with the Rat City Roller Girls, we have numerous great packages to offer this season, so please ask any Rat City Roller Girl for details, or you can email sponsorship@ratcityrollergirls.com.
And if you can't quite get your fill of roller derby, you are in super big luck because we have a doubleheader just 1 week away. The Socket Wenches will take on the visiting team Femme Fiana from Dockyard, and the Throttle Rockets will battle Grave Danger. This is going to sell out, so get your tickets now at ratcityrollergirls.com.
Hey, folks, you might want to sit out for this one, but Bedrooms and More is now offers seating. The mattress and bedding specialty store carries brands such as Stressless, Fjords, and American Leather. Whether you're looking for a luxury recliner, a sleeper sofa, or an oversized, supremely comfy couch, Bedrooms and More has what you're looking for. Bedrooms and More located in Wallingford on the corner of 45th Street in Latona. Join them for their free mattress buying class every Saturday at 9:30 a.m.
All right, the Superheroes, we're calling for an official review claiming, I know, you'll be surprised by this, but shenanigans on the part of the Villains.
Shenanigans!
They claimed that villain blocker Cece was in fact out of play when she knocked their jammer out of bounds. The refs reviewed and agreed that yes, in this case, justice must be served. And Cece will now be sitting in the penalty box. And the Superheroes retain their review.
The cold hammer of justice has stricken. All right, that means we got a definite pack advantage in favor of the Superheroes.
More discussions over whether or not Cece was in fact the pivot. And yes, she was. All right, excellent work. Coach Shrugs keeping track of who everyone is and where they are standing. Now we're ready to go.
All right, once again for the Villains, we got Jasper on the line.
And that is Slamora jamming for the Superheroes.
Jasper just pushing her way through that defense, reforming up front. That H. Granger comes in with his shoulder, but Jasper brushes her way through, picking up that lead jammer nod for the Villains.
Slamora finally clears the pack. As Jasper dances through for 4 points. Jasper waiting until Cece was out of the box. Calls off the jam, does give up 2 points, but gets all the blockers back on the track.
35 points separating these two. Make that 37 points separating these two teams right now with 9.5 minutes left in the first half of this game. We got your X on the line for the Villains.
And that is Brunhilde jamming for the Superheroes.
Slide pack advantage going in favor of the Villains. So we're going to field Han Yolo in the penalty box at the start of this jam. Your X fighting her way to the front of this pack. It looks like your X just barely gets out in front, getting that lead jammer nod. Hot on the heels of Brunhilde. Brunhilde did get a cut track penalty, so not only did they gain lead jammer status, but it's a power jam. Jukes to the outside, picking up 5 big points for the Villains.
Your X back up and now engaged as Team Villains sending Alex DeLarge forward to do a bit of offense along with Punchio Guts. Jam called off. A further 3, taking them for 8 total. Now a 29-point game, 79-50.
Chomping away at that deficit, making gains, holding the Superheroes back to 0 points on that one.
Cece now with the star at the jammer line. For the Villains, Brunhilde starting the jam in the penalty box.
And she's the only one in the penalty box, so we got a full accoutrement of blockers on the track, but Cece doesn't care. She just tiptoes her way on the inside line, picking up that lead jammer status.
Brunhilde back to out of the penalty box rather, and now engaged on her initial pass as Cece picking up points. Almost taken out by Killer Quinn, but not quite.
4 more points going up on the board for the Villains, holding the Superheroes at 0. That's how we chip away at that deficit. 54 points now and 79 points going up for the Superheroes.
And 7 minutes to go in this first half.
We got everybody on the track out there as well.
Dazzler jamming for the Superheroes.
That's Horace out there for the Villains. Whistle's blown, action starts. Dazzler pushing her way through right up the middle of this line. Locked up tight with a 3-wall as Horace gets knocked to the infield by Granger. That's Dazzler picking up the lead jammer nod.
First lead jammer for the Superheroes in 5 jams. As Dazzler working towards the front, Horace working her way to the penalty box for the forearm penalty. Power jam, now Superheroes.
Dazzler looking to make the most out of it as she scoots around on the outside, putting 5 more points on the board for the Superheroes.
That takes Superheroes to 84, a 30-point lead as Dazzler taps the hips. No points on that run. So we sit 84-54 with just under 6 minutes to go in the first half.
Block Widow on the line for this power start.
And Horace still in the penalty box and villainously kicking the cone, marking the corner of the penalty box over.
Block Widow trying to push her way through. She's going to pick up a penalty on that one.
Cuts the track on the corner. Off to the penalty box for the Block Widow. Horace out of the penalty box through the pack and lead jammer
Pirouettes her way through to pick up that lead. And 30 seconds to get as many points as she can.
Horace dodging left and right.
Oh!
Superheroes rescue the doggy.
She may have gotten through, but she lost her puppy.
And steals it back.
She didn't get the points, but she got the pup. All right. And that defense, that superhero defense, walled up tight on turn 3. Getting a little help from number 619, Jasper, partner in crime, as she pushes her way through, giving Horace the opportunity to get her puppy and some points. That's 4 on the board.
Yes, Horace grabs 4. As the Block Widow makes it through the pack, Horace calls off the jam. And we reset with that guy who shot Bambi's mom set to jam for the villains. Against Harvey Milk for the superheroes.
Whistle's blown, action starts. That guy pushing against that 4-wall tight. Just past the jammer line, having a hard time getting through right there. But Harvey Milk working her way to the front, driving that 3-wall forward as we got one blocker in the penalty box at the start of this jam. It looks like Brunhilde's picking up a penalty as well.
Yes, Brunhilde with the direction of play penalty.
That
Granger with the elbow penalty as that guy who shot Bambi's mom is your lead jammer.
So that guy made it past, but Granger with a forearm knocked her to the outside. Starts to recycle around. Granger gets that penalty. That guy breaks out. Picks up another 5 big points.
Yes, 2 breakouts in 1 jam.
Not giving up without a fight. That guy who shot Bambi's mom looking to put some more points on the board. Holding the line on the outside. There's another 5 in the sky.
Meanwhile, star in hand, Brunhilde breaks free of the pack.
That guy looking for the line on the inside. Granger comes with a big shoulder, brushes off that hit, picks up 4 more points and calls off the jam.
So a 14-point run for the villains takes them to 77. Now trailing only by 7 points. Superheroes 84. Superheroes held scoreless last 2 jams.
That was a 14-point jam for the villains. They definitely needed that one. Scar stepping up to the line for the team in black. Blocky the Jampire Slayer out there for the superheroes. Blocky getting knocked to the outside. Scar's getting pushed around by the pivot line. And getting out in front. That's going to be Blocky the Jampire Slayer picking up the lead.
Scar being run back farther and slowing things down, allowing Blocky the Jampire Slayer to sneak through and grab 5 points. Blocky trying to duck around a Scar, finally works past Sunshiner. Blocky calling off the jam, 3 more points up. 8-point run, 92-77. Under a minute to play in this first half of our final game of the evening.
We got Jasper on the line for the team in black.
And that is H. Granger jamming for the superheroes.
Whistle's blown. Jasper going to the inside, finds a line, picks up that lead quickly. They left the door open and she walked right through.
Granger also clear and giving chase.
Oh, it's a race to the finish. 2-2. 2 for both teams.
And that takes us to halftime. 3 points on that last one for the Villains I'm seeing. So 80-94, and we will take a 10-minute break.
All right, 14 points separating these two teams. We'll see what happens in the next episode of Superheroes vs. Villains.
During this commercial break, head over to the snack bar and pick up some snacks, because that's what you get at a snack bar.
That is what they have, yeah.
to start the second half. What?
Power start to the start. Welcome back to the second half of our superheroes versus villains match, where, as you would suspect, superheroes are in the lead, 94-79.
Your ex set to jam for the villains. Dazzler in the penalty box to start the second half. But
Poised
dazzling
and ready to
everyone.
go. We got H. Granger on the line for the superheroes. There it is. Whistle's blown. Coming out hot and heavy. Number 7-6, full of anger. Trying to push her way through. That's your ex looking for that window of opportunity. But Granger's trying to cast a spell to get herself up front in front of this pack. Reform tight. There's a 3-wall diamond defense. Your ex getting knocked to the outside on turn number 1. Recycling back behind that pack.
Superheroes water falling to the front as your ex rolls in, and that opens the door for Granger lead jammer superheroes. Villains did have lead jammer more often in the first half than the superheroes. And Granger finds the gap in the pack, pushes through for 5 points.
Granger coming up against this strong 4-wall defense. Knocking her to the outside. CC recycles way, way back. Granger puts her hands on her hips, calls off the jam. No more points scored on that one. 5 points total coming up for the superheroes.
The Punisher accepting the star pass in that last jam and forcing the call off. And we will reset with that guy who shot Bambi's mom. Jamming against Black Widow.
I feel kind of evil every time that name is said. I laugh, and it's not because Bambi's mom is dead. Maybe a little. To the inside, that's going to be number 1859, Black Widow, pushing her way through to get that lead jammer nod. But hot on her heels is that guy who shot Bambi's mom.
Black Widow tapping the hips as she rolls past a blocker, collects 1 point. A 1-0 run. Superheroes now an even 100.
Breaking that century mark. Scar is on the line for those villains.
And that is Blocky the Jampire Slayer jamming for the superheroes.
Blocky throwing up a block against Scar at the start of this whistle, putting the hips, knocking her to the outfield.
And Blocky rolling back. Not running back quite as far as the coach might have wanted, but far enough as Scar pushed out again and backed up by Brunhilde. And Blocky clear lead jammer.
Scar working her way to get past. Brunhilde comes in with a big shoulder check. She brushes it off for that initial pass. Breaking through, putting up the points, calling off the jam. That's going to be Blocky picking up the 4.
Excellent work holding on to that outside line by Scar. So 104-79. As CC with the star for the villains and Black Widow back out for the superheroes.
Whistle's blown, action starts. It's a sprinting start as CC blazes her way through that defense, getting that lead jammer status for the villains.
And Cece going Mohawk style up the inside for 5 points.
And through again for another 5 in the sky, all natural, no additives, no preservatives, grand slam for the Villains.
Star pass by the Superheroes. Star now on the head of Sunshiner. CC bumped out of bounds, calls off the jam. 3 points up. A 13-0 run, 92-104.
12 points separating these two teams. Just a hop, skip, and a jump away from tying this up. We've got all players on the track.
Khaleesi jamming for the first time for the Superheroes.
Facing off against that guy that shot Bambi's mom once again. Khaleesi up.
Multiplayer block, sending Dazzler to the penalty box.
Khaleesi up front trying to get through this 3-4 wall defense. Shit, Diesel leading the pack up there. That guy that shot Bambi's mom coming around the outside, finding a window of opportunity and taking it. That's your lead jammer, ladies and gentlemen. The guy that shot Bambi's mom.
And that guy dodges around H. Granger. As Khaleesi finally clears the pack on the initial pass, 5 points up for the Villains. And 0 on that last pass, a 5-0 run, 97-104.
Chomping away at that deficit. Only 7 points separating these two teams right now. For the Villains, we're going to field Maleficent.
Maleficent jamming for the first time for the Villains. Braunhilde jamming again for the Superheroes.
Maleficent with a little skirt flip against Braunhilde at the start of that jam.
Braunhilde with the braids in front and tangles up with her own skater, and that frees Maleficent.
Jasper getting knocked to the inside.
Maleficent nicely walled off outside lane. One skater to beat, and past she goes. As Pagnoni's not able to stop her. So a 4-1 run for the Villains, 101-105, 4-point game. What?
That's right, only 4 points separating these two with 22 minutes left in the game. We got H. Granger out there donning the star for that team in white.
And the Punisher jamming for the Villains. But it is Granger out the front. Lead jammer Superheroes.
You leave a door open for Granger, she's going to use it, and just like that, breaks through with that lead jammer status.
And ducks around the outside, quickly calls off the jam. 4-0 run. Superheroes back up by 8.
Slight pack advantage going to go in favor of the Villains. We got one blocker in the box, Pagnoni's. And we're going to field number 127, that guy who shot Bambi's mom.
And the Superheroes send out Blocky the Jampire Slayer. But Blocky the Jampire Slayer, a little directional play penalty. So power jam and lead jammer for that guy who shot Bambi's mom.
Skips her way through that pack to get that lead jammer nod. 1859 with a hip check. Block Widow blocking that guy who shot Bambi's mom to the outside, sending her Around the outside, looking for a window of opportunity. Just like that, she's through for 5 big points.
That guy who shot Bambi's mom up again against the pack spins around the outside and clear. A second 5-point pass, and that is a lead change. Villains now up 111-109.
Two more on the board for the Villains. She calls off that jam. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a lead change. 113 to 109. Villains.
Hey, head over to the Rat City Facebook page on your cell phone now and enter our new social media contest. All you have to do is pick 4 skaters to be on your dream team, and you could win a Triple X prize pack, including tickets to see Triple X Return of Xander Cage.
Horace up there against Shadowcat. Horace coming out on front, pushing her way through that back, picking up that lead.
And picking up a nice shoulder from Shadowcat and a safe slide into the scoring table.
She went to throw a hip, and Shadowcat said, "Here's my shoulder," knocks her to the announcer's booth, actually.
Well, that keeps the score the same, 113 to 109, and we will send your X to the jammer line for the Villains. And she will jam against Dazzler.
That's a full track out there right now. 5-on-5 on the flat track. Penalty box is empty. That Washington Health Benefit Exchange penalty box has no visitors right now.
The waiting room is empty, you might say.
Your ex is just driving her way through this pack, this superhero blockade as she pushes her way through to pick up that lead gem or nod.
And she is on a power jam as the forearm penalty sends Dazzler to the penalty box.
There's a window of opportunity that gets closed up quickly by that heroic defense. Your ex trying to run away with his lead a little bit, get a little bit more space between the two teams. There's a 3-wall diamond defense up front doing a great job holding her back right now.
And your ex calls off the jam. 5 points. Takes the Villains to 118. A 9-point lead.
And with that lead, we're going to have a power start with Cece on the line for the team in black.
Dazzler sitting out the penalty in the penalty box.
Whistles blown, action starts. Cece looking for that opportunity to get through, pick up the lead jam or not, and increase that score. Oh, she just barely holds the line on the inside with a Granger's shoulder trying to hold her back.
I don't think I could hop backwards with shoes on, let alone in skates.
Impressive. Oh, they take Cece down on turn 2. Back on her feet inside the lines. That's going to be a cut track penalty.
And Granger, with the dance of victory, saw that Cece's toes both tapped down out of bounds, backed it up, got the penalty, now gets the star. It's a double bonus for Granger.
She's so happy about it, she's going to don the star and become the jammer.
Multiplayer block thins out the Villains' defense.
Another multiplayer block. That's going to be called against number 44, Patrick Bateman. Holding the line on 1 foot on the inside. Granger picking up 5 more points.
Cece now back out of the penalty box, re-engaged with the pack. As Granger rolls in as well. Both jammers pushing through the pack like they're trying to get to the stage at a, Metallica show.
Villainous gridlock up here on turn number 4 as Granger tries to push her way through to get some points on the board. Cece getting knocked to the infield by Dazzler. She comes out of the box.
And Granger bumped out of bounds and rolled back as well. And Cece cuts the track again. Realizes, hey, I can go the other way to get back to the penalty box.
Right. 3 more points going up for the Heroes on that one.
5 points up, however, for the Villains. So an 8-5 run, 123-117, as we tick down to the fourth quarter of play.
That is a 6-point differential. So I was watching the news the other day. If I'm looking at those numbers, it would be 1.5 million points.
Yes.
It's huge.
At least. It's a huge number of points.
Huge number of points. All right, who do we got on the line?
We got Shadowcat, no longer on the line because the jam's already going. She's like halfway around the track. And is now lead jammer.
Working it through as we still are on a power jam for the Superheroes.
Shadowcat up against that guy that shot Bambi's mom, Killer Quinn, trying to slow down as well as Cece out of the penalty box and through.
Seeing Cece out, she puts her hands on her hips and calls off the jam, and that's not before she picks up 5 more points for the Superheroes. Within 1 point, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for both of these teams. They are putting it out there for you tonight.
Your ex wearing the star for the Villains. And number 123, Khaleesi jamming for the Superheroes. No dragons in sight, but lead jammer is. And that is Khaleesi, your lead jammer. And on a power jam as well.
That's right. Cut track penalty. Your ex did not recycle all the way back, so she's going to spend the next 30 seconds in the box, giving Khaleesi the opportunity to stack up those points just like that. 5 more going on the board for the Superheroes.
And that's another lead change, in case you're tracking points.
And just to make sure they keep that lead change for a little while, she puts another 5 points on the board, bringing them to 10 so far.
Oh, Khaleesi almost through, but no. Scarlet overkill with a late hip check.
That's right. Khaleesi pushes through on the inside, picking up 5 more points and putting her hands on her hips, calling off that jam.
Hey, live your own adventure. Locurio creates immersive experiences for you and your friends, family, or coworkers to enjoy. Visit www.locurio.com to book your adventure today. Locurio, Seattle's favorite escape rooms. That's LOCURIO.com.
The Punisher on the line, facing off against Shadowcat. Shadowcat up front right now, addressing this 4-wall. Punisher in the back, pushing that pack around the track, looking to get through to find a window. Still no lead as Shadowcat gets knocked to the outfield between turn number 1 and 2.
And the Punisher knocked out as well. Both jammers rolled back behind the jammer line.
Just like that, the Punisher is out in front, picking up that lead jammer status.
Shadowcat, quarter lap behind as the Punisher taps the hips. Gets 3 of the 4 possible points. Takes us to 126-137.
Hey, huge shout out to the Washington Health Benefit Exchange for sponsoring our penalty box for this bout. Don't be caught without insurance. Contact Wabi to get insured today. That should do it for now. H. Granger on the line against that guy that shot Bambi's mom.
That guy again.
Notorious.
That guy shoots through the front of the pack, lead jammer. And H. Granger also clears the pack.
Horace Chase. Gotta let her go, though.
Hey, did you know that some of these skaters got their start only a year ago? If you want to start your Derby journey, the Pinkies program can teach you all about the fundamentals of Derby. Check out our social media feeds or email freshmeat@ratcityrollergirls.com for more information.
.42 out there. Maleficent facing off against 1859 Black Widow. Maleficent getting knocked to the infield, forced to recycle back behind Sunshiner as Black Widow picks up that lead jammer nod.
Black Widow trying the inside, nothing doing. Cutting back the other way. Getting a little bit of offensive assistance from Khaleesi. But the Villains defense super tight in that corner, not letting anything through.
Superheroes defense is tying a knot down in turn 1 and 2. Maleficent doing what she can to get through, but it's having little effect on that tight wall.
Black Widow, however, finally gets around the outside and picks up 5 points. And the Villains choose to pass the star off. Handing it back to number 76, your ex. Killer Quinn heads to the penalty box with the forearm call. 4 more points up for the Superheroes. Takes them to 146. A 16-point lead with 8 minutes, 45 seconds to go in the game.
All right, we got one skater in the Wabi penalty box at the start of this jam, and that's going to be from the Villains. So we got a slight pack advantage going to the Superheroes. Bunisher on the line for the Villains.
And Braunhilde, jamming for the Superheroes, tries to go airborne, but can't quite keep it in bounds. And both jammers forced out to the outside and rolled back.
Dodging the blows, getting out in front. Braunhilde picking up lead jammer.
Meanwhile, the Bunisher, forced to the inside, rolls back around as Braunhilde out on a scoring pass with 5 more points.
Bunisher hot on her heels.
As the pack racing forward. And the destroying the pack penalty, sending Killer Quinn to the penalty box. As each jammer rolls through for 4 points.
Bunisher getting knocked to the infield, recycling back behind number 10, Shadowcat. As Braunhilde pushes her way through for another 10-point pass.
Braunhilde ducks through, calls off the jam. 5-4 on that last run, 18-8. 164, 138 now. Superheroes in the lead. It's 6.5 minutes to go in the game.
Hey, finding insurance doesn't have to be an ordeal. Washington Health Benefit Exchange can help you get accessible and affordable insurance so you can get rolling.
Khaleesi jamming for the Superheroes. That guy who shot Bambi's mom jamming and playing a little defense right now for the Villains. Villains pack back to full strength as the penalty box empties out. Khaleesi run back a bit as the guy who shot Bambi's mom. Roll into the front, 2 to beat. Mow you down, but Khaleesi sneaks through. Not lead jammer, however, as that guy who shot Bambi's mom got just enough ahead.
.26 points separating these two teams right now as we field Horus on the line for the Villains. That's H. Granger out there for the Superheroes, and that penalty box is empty, so it's going to be all players in play. Going around the outside, Granger looking for that window of opportunity, but it gets closed up quickly by that villainous defense. She makes a window and pushes her way through. Just like that, we got a lead jammer. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be number 94, H. Granger.
Horus, meanwhile, struggling at the front. Block Widow stepping in front of her, and Horus almost clear, but Block Widow back as the pack stretches after her. Dazzler trying to give chase, has to let her go, and Horus finally clears the pack as H. Granger breaks the arm free to call off the jam, grabbed 3 points. Hey, once again, if you're interested in advertising with the Rat City Roller Girls, we have numerous great packages to offer. Ask any Rat City Roller Girl for details or email sponsorship at ratcityrollergirls.com.
All right, we got your X once again on the line for the Villains. That's going to be Blocky the Jampire Slayer out there for the Superheroes. Back advantage going to the Superheroes.
And Blocky the Jampire Slayer sneaks through upon your knees, slowing up your X just enough to allow Blocky to break free as lead jammer. Blocky the Jampire Slayer calls off the jam, 2 points up. And an official review being called for by the Superheroes. Hey, if you're watching this bout, which you are because you're in the room, so hopefully you're watching and not sitting there with your eyes closed, and you want to know how to play roller derby, Rat City offers a program called Pinkies. It's designed to teach you how to skate and get you derby ready so you can try out for a home team. Check out our social media feeds or email freshmeat@ratcityrollergirls.com for more information on how you too can become a Pinky.
I want to thank the Washington Health Benefit Exchange for sponsoring us. They sponsored our penalty box today and will be supporting us throughout the upcoming season. That's this season. So make sure you check them out online. Gift of Derby. That one. Curious. One and twos are pretty much. Threes look like they're pretty much call it good. All right, so it looks like the Superheroes were looking for an skating out of play.
Skating out of bounds.
Skating out of bounds call on the Black Jammer, which it might have happened, but nobody knows because we didn't see it. So
exactly.
No call's going to stand.
No outside pack ref means nobody outside to see if you're skating out of bounds.
Right.
Seems like a loophole to me, but, whatever works.
Technicalities, right?
Trust the villains to find that loophole and exploit it. Khaleesi jamming for the Superheroes, Jasper for the Villains.
Jasper seems to have donned a dress.
You know,
Since the
every
beginning
once
of
in a
this
while, a villain needs a different costume.
Right?
It keeps us on our toes, as it were.
Find her way through that defense. Jasper looking for that window of opportunity, but who's going to come out on top on this one? That looks like Khaleesi.
It do indeed.
Diving right through that wall. Takes
But
it.
Doctor misses the Monarch, able to sneak to the front.
That's right.
And with a little assist from Killer Quinn, stops Khaleesi in her tracks.
Oh!
Multiplayer block called. And Khaleesi able to break free with 5 points.
Jasper getting knocked to the outside down here on turn number 3. Forced to recycle back to turn number 2. All the way back. Spin to win. Khaleesi dodging the blows. One skater left to get by. And she is through for 5 big points.
Doctor misses the Monarch now with the star in hand. As Khaleesi working to get past Jasper and Scar at the front of the pack.
Khaleesi down on turn number 4.
And jam comes to an end. 4 more points up. A 14-0 run for the Superheroes, 183-138.
With 1 minute left in the game, Superheroes seem to have taken away with it a little bit at 183-138.
Villain in the could remind them that was one way to make something.
If you've got a whistle in the audience, you might want to put that in your pocket. The only people allowed with a whistle on this track are the ones in the stripes.
That is true. Even I can't have a whistle. And you'd think they would let me.
Or the white jacket, right? Hey, that guy who shot Bambi's mom is out in front, picking up that lead. Jammer status.
Shadowcat jamming for the Superheroes. Trapped in the pack. And shortly after I say that, Shadowcat clears the pack.
Oh, that guy who shot Bambi's mom getting knocked to the outside down here on turn number 4. Puts her hands on her hips, calls off the jam. Ladies and gentlemen,
We had a timeout just before the time ran out.
That is a timeout.
Apparently. The old 1 second timeout. So you'll have to hold for one more jam before you can get your free high five.
We don't even charge for those high fives.
Complimentary with your ticket purchase. Right. 183-143. A 40-point game.
It's only a 40-point jam away.
That's all. Superheroes with Blocky the Jampire Slayer out. Villains plotting something devious, I think. So devious, they're going to send the guy that shot Bambi's mom out again. That is devious. And, of course, every other skater on the track.
We've got a huge defense. It's huge.
Oh, my God. It's the entire Justice League versus the whatever the other people are.
The other guys.
The Legion of Doom. I think I've just mixed both universes.
Doom. This is going to be an
madness.
Insane. 2 jammers from each team.
4 jammers enter. Who knows who leaves? All right, so we got Sunshiner and Blocky the Jampire Slayer, and then the game was called. Oh. Once again, the true superheroes win.
Fun.
When in doubt, the referees and the officials will win.
They're the ones with the whistles. So
they do have the whistles. Oh, I guess they're going to actually for reals play then. I'm so confused. Norwegian. I have no idea what's going on.
I thought it was fine. It looked clear to me. I didn't see anything wrong with that jam. How it was starting.
Not at all.
But I guess that's why. I've got a microphone. What do we know, right?
Apparently, the villains were also stealing their half of the penalty box while we were all distracted by the action up there. That is an excellent plot, villains. They would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for those meddling kids.
Those meddling kids. All right, we're gonna have to figure some stuff out here. I think we're about 8 players short on each team on the track. Is that?
I think that's how it works. All right, 3-on-2.
We're getting the do-si-do going out here.
Someone's in, someone's not in. All right, 1 on each. That makes sense. Sure. Nothing arbitrary about that decision,
Nope.
Mike Hammer.
We're all good. Listen, buddy, I liked it better when there were 72 skaters on the track, all right? All right, so Jammer's on the track. We got that guy that shot Bambi's mom.
Is your lead jammer.
That's right. Hop, skip, and a jump. Quickly making lead jammer out of that with Blocky the Jampire Slayer. Get knocked to the outside. Skipping around the outside for 5 big points. That's going to be that guy who shot Bambi's mom.
All right, 35-point lead now for the superheroes.
We're only looking at 35 more points.
Oh, that guy who shot Bambi's mom bumped to the outside and has to recycle back.
There's still a minute and a half left to get those 35 points.
And a power
And
jam
it's
to add to the fun.
Oh, big shoulder by Granger. I believe she gets a directional on that one.
I think so. So now 2 defenders trying to slow down that guy who shot Bambi's mom.
That guy who shot Bambi's mom putting more points on the board. That's another 5 points.
30-point deficit. 58 seconds to go.
It's only 30 points. That's less than a point a second. We got it. That guy on the outside.
There's 5 more.
That's right. Rally it, rally it.
Meanwhile, Blocky the Jampire Slayer out of the penalty box. Dodges around Cece and adds 4 to make my math much harder to figure out.
Not giving up without a fight.
That guy who shot Bambi's mom now trapped at the back.
And with the villains on a run, we've got the ominous soundtrack.
Yes. You do have to be cruel to be kind
Right?
sometimes.
Nothing gets a villain amped up like a little ditty like this one.
Cece trying to clear the way. As time runs out on the jam, a 5-3 run on that last pass and 20-6 total.
That was a 20-point jam by the villains. I mean, they were going for it.
So your superheroes are your unofficial victors. So I guess we have a split decision. Superheroes beat villains, but minions beat sidekicks.
Now, if they were to team up, it would just even out. We'd all be kind of
exactly.
nowhere, right?
Would leave us where we are.
Hey, that's the final score, ladies and gentlemen. Your winners tonight, the superheroes. That's right. It was a hard-fought victory. The villains gave it to them every inch of the way. Last jam of the evening, villains scoring 20 points. 190 in favor of the superheroes. 163 for the villains. Put your hands together and make some noise for your superheroes. That's right. Tunnel of Love. Derby Love.
And the occasional shin kick because they're villains. What do you expect? All right, keep your hands out for their opponents. Give it up for the villains.
They put their wheels on the track and fought every inch of the way tonight. Putting it down for the superheroes. Coming out on top, though. Hey, stick around. We got some MVPs to call out, ladies and gentlemen.
Or in one case, perhaps MVV, most valuable villain.